Thank you very much, colleagues from DHET, for your presentation on financial and non-financial performance. Before I give to members, just was on the issue of numbers that I want you to clarify quickly. On slide 10, for example, on this one. So these are the targets achieved. So when you say on number 4, 30% was the target on SMMEs, you've achieved 67% of what? Of the 30% or 67% of the 100%? Yeah, please answer, clarify that part.
That's correct, Jay. We calculated for each one on their own, so it's not all adding up to 100% because their owner would be out of their own 100%.
Sorry?
So if you have a total spend in a month, we would calculate 40% in relation to just women for all of those targets. So in this case, we had calculated what was the total spend in terms of what was the small and medium enterprises for the particular month, for I want to say 30% of that amount, and then calculate it's how much did we actually achieve, which was 67%.
Okay, so let's make it easy. So you had spent 10 million. I'm making an example. The 40% of women owned would have been 4 million. Your target. You wanted to achieve 40% of the total spend, right? So 40% of 10 million, the total spend is 4 million. So you are saying your actual achievement, if it's say 54%, you've on the total spend of the 10 million, you've spent 5.4 million on women owned businesses. Is that what you are saying?
Jay, if I don't get this appropriate, I'm sure in Excel, but what you are saying is correct in the sense that what we do is we take the total spend in a month.
Yeah, next to the mic, just press there. Yeah.
We take the total spend in a month, right? So what we then do is we would look at what for each provider, they give an indication as to what is their target, what is the percentage that they have ownership for women, for youth, all of these targets they would have, right? So if there's a supplier who's got, let's not say, these 4 elements, they promote women, youth, black, and small businesses, we would indicate, calculate from what they are saying, their percentage of that directorship is it. So based on that, we do a calculation for what we have spent on that company. And then for each of that, it filters up to calculate just then the women and the youth. So per company, for each of these categories, we would do that calculation chain.
Okay, because you know why I'm asking this one. Yeah. You can interpret it 2 ways.
Yeah.
One might be your target out of 10 million that you've spent in this quarter was 4 million to women-owned businesses. But you've spent 54% of the 4 million on women. That is one interpretation, right? Or the other interpretation is that you have spent 5.4 million of the total spend in that quarter. So that's why I'm asking. I hope I'm making sense to you. That is it the 54% of the 4 million, which will be just around 2.1 million on women spend, or you've spent 5.4 million on women. So I want to understand so that when we ask questions, we are able to, at least we don't ask questions and then when you answer us, we realize that we've asked you an irrelevant question because your numbers were not, really self-explanatory, because it's two ways. Do you understand the question?
Yes, I hope so, Chair. I was hoping, is it possible if I could just reflect how the Excel, how we will do that, Chair? But the first portion is correct. But what we will do is we would calculate first and foremost, we'd list all the transactions with per supplier. Then we would calculate how much that tallies. So we have the total spend. We have the total spend per month. What we then do is we would now look for each of those suppliers, what is their percentage that they claim, for example, for ownership of black, right? And that percentage for each transaction we calculate. So if a company has spent 1,000 rand, or let's say 5,000 rand, and they are 100%, then we allocate that full amount, 1,000 rand, to them. If you now have that company who also has 100% women, they also get the credit. So that full amount, 1,000 rand, also reflects under women. So if you look at women, youth, all of them calculating, it almost seems that it can be double accounting in a sense, because you award them percentage-wise what they claim for. Does that make?
No, I don't think you understand my...
Thank you. I think Chair and the CFO, now you have synced me deep into, because this is a performance, it's not the financials. So my interpretation was, this is the percentage of the target of the numbers that you were anticipating to achieve, which it will be different when it goes to the numbers. But my interpretation when I was looking at this document was, you have achieved 54% of the target that you set for the women-owned businesses. My interpretation is correct. Then when you go to the financials, is when we can ask, when you say the set target of the percentage, you allocated how much in rents to those targets for the women from the total allocation for whether being in infrastructure or whatever that is you are allocating for the businesses. If you can give me the clarity so that now I don't get to be totally confused, because they threw me into the deep end now.
Yeah, you are asking the same. The reason I went to numbers, I wanted to make it easy, so that we understand 54% is 54% of what? So if they say it's 40% women-owned businesses, and I'm making an example, so it's easier when you count it with money. Because on performance, they are even themselves. You see, even on money, the CEO, and I'm not, you must leave the youth, the people with disability. Let's make an example with just one. It's 40% of of what? So even if we go to performance, it's 54% of the 40% that you had. So the performance, for an example of women, 40% would have been this year, this term, we have 10 targets. All right? We have 10 targets. 40%, is it 4 out of 10 or 54%? Is it 5, you produced 5 out of 10, or you produced 2? Because if it's 50% there, it's either of the 4 or the 10. I understand. Yes, Ma'am Roland. Press.
Sorry. I wanted to suggest that Mr. Give BIMS the TID, which are the technical indicators, and they will then be able to clarify how we actually do the calculation. That will then reconcile the...
Yeah, press.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to project as loudly as I usually do because my house is at Deka, so please excuse me and bear with me.
Get to the mic, yeah.
I'm trying. What's that?
What's that?
Maybe we'll declare something.
Okay. Can you, the stats are down, please put them back on. So, Chair, I'm trying to, so in Q2, the department had decided that of the public procurement that they're going to make, of the business transactions that they're going to make. The plan was that 40% of those payments must be made to women-owned businesses, 30% to youth-owned, 60%, yeah. And then when they came back to see how, when they assessed their receipts of procurements that have been made against the 40% women-owned businesses, they were able to do so to 54.03% of them. And the same principle applies with black-owned businesses. But I think the challenge here is the percentages aren't 100% pie percentages. They don't reflect a pie. So the 40% women, 30% youth, 60% wasn't divided to say out of 100% that portion is set aside, therefore the targets are mutually exclusive. Because if they were mutually exclusive, then out of just the women-owned businesses and the black-owned businesses, you would have gotten the 100% pie chart. But I think what we need is a breakdown of the 100% pie chart. How many of the black-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, women, SM, all of them, how many of them are mutually inclusive? You get it? Because the question is the exclusivity point of, okay, the 30% youth-owned businesses, how much of those fall into the category of women-owned businesses and the category of black-owned businesses and the category of small, medium, micro enterprises? Does that make sense? I think that breakdown will make consuming the stats make a bit more sense. That way we know. And then it will also give us, also, Chairperson, a clearer picture of the double dippers of the KPIs. Because you could find that of all one business concurrently satisfies everything, which more or less could one either defeat the purpose or two be a case of hitting two birds with one stone. So if that classification could work, that would help.
Mr. Mgiba.
Chair, thank you very much. I was tempted to go to the TID, but I think it won't help us to go there. From where I'm sitting, Chair, sorry?
What is a TID?
Technical Indicator Descriptor.
Okay.
So I think just over and above what the acting CFO has indicated, and I like what Honorable Member has tabled now, because it depends on how you want to reflect on this. There is one option to then say, out of the total of procurement in rand value or in number, depending on how you want to look at it, if it's in number, how many of those percentage-wise were set aside for women-owned businesses or youth-owned businesses? And then in rand value, you then go into how the CFO has actually dealt with. Now, I think we need to accept, Chair, that as is now, it's open to interpretation. But it doesn't, at the same time, it doesn't reflect negatively on actual performance in terms of how we had set these targets. I think in future, acting DG, how we may need to reflect on this. For instance, on number one, we may take a stance that says, in terms of the number of businesses that were offered, business to, opportunity to service in terms of business, how many were women-owned? Then we give that in number, and what was the rand value of that versus the total amount. I think that will help.
Yeah, Mr. Mgiba, you see the presentation, when we seek a presentation, it must be self-explanatory. Because when I look at this, in my view, And I said I want to ask this question before I give members, because as things stand, now it has given us, you know, an open door, and we are going to ask questions, because you know that TIC that or TID that you wanted to open, probably it will have assisted, because you know you'll go there, say what was the set aside for women. Don't include all of them. You know, in order for it to be explained easier, you go there and say, for women, our target for this quarter was 15 targets, for an example. And then we wanted 40% out of the 15, or 40% of the total. Then you go there and say, our target was 40%. What was 40% in numbers? Of, you know, so if it was out of 30 or 100 targets, so 40% would have been 40 targets. So how many targets did you achieve? Did you achieve 54 or 20, which is 50% of the planned target? So this is the question we're asking, because my questions are going to be based on your presentation. You know, I want to know, have you achieved your targets? And why have you not achieved them if you have not achieved them? Because the way you are putting it, maybe if you go to that technical indicator now, you open it and just choose one, whether you choose women or youth, but you must just choose one and make an example there, so that, because all at least my questions are technical in that space. I want to understand, because sometimes I've learned with you guys in the department, you just give us numbers that really don't, you know, you just try to confuse us. Mama Sek.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to read the definition on the APP of the department on this. So, and it reads like this. This is a composite indicator seeking to track the value of public procurement opportunities awarded to women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, black-owned businesses, businesses owned by people living with disabilities, and SMMEs through preferential procurement-specific goals. And the indicator attempts to convert commitments over a determined period as a percentage in relation to the total commitment over the period in respect to commitments allocated to 1. Businesses owned by at least 51% black-owned. 2. Women-owned businesses owned by at least 51%. Youth-owned businesses owned by at least 51% young men or women aged 18 to 35 years. 4. Businesses owned at least 51% by people living with disabilities. And 5. SMEs are small, medium, and micro enterprises and non-governmental organizations. Now, if you get this, and if that slide can come again, that means that you have reached the annual performance with the 40% indicator with what you get the interpretation. So which we will have to find out that, as maybe we ask the questions directly on this, that what does it mean with that slide is really jam-packed, Chair. So if we can get that clarity of, and I know the acting DG gets what I mean about what their interpretation, because this is not my interpretation. So on the APP, it's what they are saying versus the percentage there. That means they are done for the year in achieving.
That's why I said they are technical indicator. They must tell us, must clarify, not what the presentation is saying. It won't help us. Yes, let them give. Madam Giver, I thought you were opening one on women. Just open one, don't go to others. On women, your target was 40%. What is 40%? What was 40%? So you just said 40%, but you don't know the number. Or what would have been the number that equals 40%? You say you arrived at 54. You must know what number you have given to women. Let's leave the youth, what. I understand that the other part that you'll just try to confuse us. It's okay. But let's stick to one. Because you can't say you have achieved 54%. But you don't know if this 54% is how many. It's not possible. It's like when you are doing statistics, you say N over the total, which was 120, times 100 is close to 54%. Then you'll know what is the number N. Right? So that's what I'm saying. So what is this N, and what was the denominator on that part? Yes, CFO.
I would love to present, I'm not sure that it will connect, but I will specifically show you how we do the calculation because this is an Excel that I have.
I don't want the calculation.
No?
I want to know.
If I can tell you, Chair, what we did, then in that particular quarter, you would have all the expenditure for that month, which was, let's not say 11 billion, 11.9 billion.
Yes.
So if we then take, let me just take what's the first one. I think the first one is black that I've calculated. So the total amount for black was 7.1 billion. So we then calculate what is the 7 billion in relation to the 11%, or 11 billion rand, almost 12 billion rand. That gives us an equation of around about 60%. Right? We would do the exact same to the next one. If the next one is women, for that same amount of 11.9 billion, the total amount they calculated is 5.5 billion. So we calculate the 5.5 billion against the 11.9 billion rand, and that gives us about 47%. So we do that for the 3 months, and we calculate it obviously for the quarter. So the next we would then have is, for that quarter, we would discover that the total expenditure was 21.4 billion rand. And for black, it was 15.7 billion. Again, we calculate for that 3 months, a quarter, how much is 15.7 of 21.4 billion? And it's about 73%, right? So we would then take, subtract it from the what is our target, and then determine whether it's over or underspent. So that's basically how we do it per category to compare with the total expenditure, if it explains. And it is about the rand value as a commitment, as we said in the technical indicator.
No, thank you very much. That is the question we're asking.
Thanks.
So it's out of the total targets that you had there. Because the question was, your presentation can say you have achieved 73% of the 60 that you wanted, or 73% of the total spend. So that was the simplest question we're asking. So according to your numbers now that you're giving us, the 73% of black-owned businesses is out of the total. It's out of 100. It's out of the total spend. So that is how you also do it on performance.
Yes.
Okay. So this is how we're going to, we'll ask you to send your targets, né? And say this quarter, we had planned to spend 13 billion out of the total 21 that we spent, which was 60%, but we've spent 50. So we want you to give us that breakdown, including on targets, right? So you'll say we have 40 targets planned for this quarter. And then out of the 40 targets, we want 10 targets to go to women-owned businesses, right? And then, but we've achieved 15. So you must give it to us maybe in numbers now, not necessarily in percentage, so that we're able to compare it with this one. Members, maybe let me give you opportunity to ask direct questions. I think it's easier now that we understand it's out of what you have achieved, Honorable Khachau.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just quickly to tie into the last submission you made before I move to the 6 direct chats I want to have. I think there's a reoccurring theme here since I've been in this committee in the previous administration.
That's a very long time.
It's a very long time. The department doesn't struggle with giving us information. If anything, the department knows how to give information. But there's almost always somehow, somewhere, where simplicity of information, when it's necessary, actually when it benefits you, that you struggle to give us that information. And what we've always called for is assume the person who's reading the presentation or receiving the presentation isn't sitting in your executive committee with you. That way we wouldn't have had a whole 10 minutes conversation about this conversation. The only thing, because there's nothing wrong with what you have given us, the only problem is that it's naked. So if you clothe it to give it more meat, which is what we asked to say, give us details so that we don't have to go to you and say in writing, submit them, then we're done, we're happy. It's good that you've given us this, it's a good indication you're on the right track, but we don't know you're on the right track if you don't make it make sense, right? So it's like a teacher at class saying, break down the textbook for the child to pass the exam. That's all you need to do. Okay, now I have 6 questions, Chair. The first one has to do with targets that were missed. There were 3 targets that were missed in quarter 1. Ordinarily, you assume if quarter 1 didn't work, you would roll them over into quarter 2 to catch up so that the annual performance meets the full body. But the presentation didn't catch up on the 3 targets that you didn't achieve in quarter 1. Where were they addressed? Unless I missed that, because currently you're strictly focusing on quarter 2. So I still want to know, of the 3 targets that you didn't meet in quarter 1, where are you with them? What's going on there? Were you able to address them, or are you only going to do that in quarter 3 and quarter 4? That's number 1. Number 2, Chairperson, as far as the vacancy rate is concerned, this is on slide 10. So the per annum target is to reduce this by 10%, and you're currently on 5.6%. Again, it goes to the principal communication I made in my preamble. What does that mean? How many of the people that you were supposed to have employed have you employed? At what stage are you of the employment? Have you had an interview? Have you re-advertised? Are you negotiating packages of salaries? Where are you? That information must just be there, readily available for us to see. And then as far as the payment of the payments of again, going back to the payments of businesses with people living with disabilities, an indication there that you made was that you're looking at, in not so cute words, that you're probably not even going to factor that in moving forward because 7% is just too high to reach. For me is, if you've been able to trace women, youth and black-owned and SMMEs, it means there's something right that you're doing in the system. But if you're saying you are unable to trace businesses owned by people owned by disabilities because they don't exist or they're not as much as you want them to, then the strategy is to look outside of your own pool, right? So I'm thinking, have you had conversations with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to see if those can be registered within the time frame that you need for reporting? That way you still keep your KPIs, and to fast track that completion, you rope in the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Small Business Development, to make sure that you have a rapid response to the registrations, That way all three actually departments get to succeed at what they want ultimately within this financial year. Maybe I think that's a strategy that needs to work, or maybe you've tried it and then the politically it's not making sense. And if that's the case, then communicate that to us, because I do think there's still time for us to be able to get there. At the very least, a 3.5 can happen if the ministers have tea together quickly, 12 o'clock they're done. End of 2 weeks, we are happy. In a month, you have receipts that you can work with. So I think let's look at that. And then, Chair, on the I'll tell you now, excuse me, Chairperson. On slide 18, Chair, there was an indication, this is the financials, the current expenditure on planning, policy and strategy stands at 11.07%. So the presenter indicated that this is not because there isn't anything that is happening. Slide 18 to me, which I think it's next door to where you are right now. There we are. To me it says 18, to you it's 19. It's 18 of 27 on my device. So the indication there was that there is work that is being done as far as planning, policy and strategy is concerned. But so we shouldn't worry about the 11% per se, because there will be a shoot up that would come probably in the next quarter. My question here is this, because when you divide your APPs and the budgets attached to it, you do so with an understanding that there is a possibility and a need for a certain expenditure framework to work in line with the realization of these targets. So if planning, policy and strategy is happening in a way that is satisfactory for the department, are you saying you over budgeted for planning, policy and strategy? And if that's the case, then I'm sure TDG Fuchani would be very happy to receive that money to go help cities get better infrastructure. That's one. But if that's not the case, then the logic of there being proper work that is being done as far as planning, policy and strategy, halfway through the quarter, that doesn't work. It's not working because you're only at 11.7. You know, you can forgive a 36%, you can forgive even a 27%, but an 11.07% indicates to either there not being work being done or an over budgeting of the KPI. So if we can get clarity on that, that would work. The capital expenditure, next slide. On the capital expenditure, what is it that you were supposed to spend on that you haven't spent on yet? Because there you would see that from quarter 1 to quarter 2, you've only increased by less than a percentage in expenditure on capital expenditure. So it means you're barely spending anything at all there. So what were you supposed to spend on that you're not spending on right now? If you can give us that. And again, if it's not happening, there's still enough time to request a maneuver of the budget before you have to return funds for non-expenditure, which is the ultimate goal here. It's making sure that by the time the financial year ends, we don't go back to Treasury and say, oopsie, we didn't know what to do, but we found a way with it because Treasury would have given us permission to do so, right? Yeah, that's where I am for now, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. On the first one, the gap in terms of making up for the targets missed, and especially I think the member was referring then to the persons with disabilities. I think it also has a link to the third question where the member was saying that, you know, have we linked up with Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, amongst others, to see what we can move with that target. What we have done is to, during the last engagement with National Treasury, of which there's a cluster meeting normally, I've raised the issue of what we were struggling in terms of people with disabilities. Now the challenge is that we're working with the central supplier database of National Treasury, of which prospective bidders register themselves on it to conduct business with the state. Now it becomes quite challenging because once I've gone through some of the commodity categories that we trade in mostly to see what seems to be the challenge in terms of people with disabilities, to see what companies are relying. And there are not many in some of these categories of commodities that we're trading in, merely simply for the fact that they either don't register, or if they register, they don't register themselves as people with disabilities. I've also spoken with the, not line right, but with Department of Women, Youth and Disabilities on the head of supply chain on that side to say, how are you doing it? Are you achieving your targets? They have got a lower target. I think they've got something like less, 3 or 3%, but they have been doing the same. So we're collectively trying to see, especially some of these departments, what is it that we can do to enhance this, because you are right. If we don't do that, ideally I wouldn't love, to be honest with you, to decrease the target, just for the sake of meeting a target. The idea is to get people with disabilities registered so that we can conduct business with them. I think that is where the challenge is for us, Chair and members. As it pertains to the, I'm not going to speak to the vacancy rate, we'll speak to that, Chair. In terms of the plan, the 11% that we spend for planning policy, that is actually an amount of budget that lies for building of CET colleges. So it doesn't lie under the CET. So in terms of the spending, it being so low, is like I've said, we're in the first year now of the construction of CET colleges, but I don't even think for this entire financial year we will be expending on it, because it will go in properly in the next financial year. And therefore my engagement with the team, including the implement aging and CET and planning, I've also engaged Treasury on this to say, but one or two things now is, did we over budget? Probably not, because the anticipation was that we should have. What we've done is to try and change the strategy, I think, also with the implementing agent. Amongst others, we started off to say, what are all the colleges that we plan to build, and then engage quite a few time in terms of the implementation. But there's no real spending on it. And if it's going to be spending, it'll probably be on consulting and on those type of things, but you won't see anything tangible there. I then said, and I raised with the DDG to say, but let's move then just to a one college so that we can see evidence of what we can produce. So we've now moved to that, Chair, but whether we're going to really expend this money is probably not, and therefore, like I said, my engagement with the Budget Office and Treasury is to say, I want to move some of these funds without losing it to the outer year. Will you permit me to do that? So they have asked that if all, I should come back to them around about in February month, which I've diarized to say if there really is no spending in that regard. The challenge again, Chair, properly is that you're going to then sit, if you have a residual remainder there, you have about a month to do that spending. And then I have to come against, don't want to come back to say, yes, I've expended the money, and I'm again coming to 99.9%, and when I'm asking where's the target, it's lacking. So it's this, to and fro, and almost weighing it up as to what we do with in scenarios like that, Chair. I'm hoping that explains. And in fact, Chair, also the same applies to, in fact, if you look at the planning one where you say 11.5%, and you look at CAPEX, these are exactly the same thing. The one is just reflected in the program, and the other one is reflected in an economic classification. Hopefully it explains. Thanks.
Before you close the mic, let's hear the follow-up and then we'll hear.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the same thing, I hear you and that logic sells, but to me it indicates that you started planning and doing things late. Either that, like the tender biddings, the classifications happened at a time where you were supposed to roll out. So for me, the planning was supposed to happen in the previous financial year, and then this budget is a roll-out budget for this financial year. So what's missing for me is the clarity on I hear you are, but why are you not doing it? What was it? What in your imagination when you imagined initially that as of March 2023, no 2024, the first of it that you're gonna be able to start, but then it didn't happen. What, like in frank terms?
Panche? Yes, partly so, Chair, but also saying I've attended not all of them, but some of the engagements with the implementing agent and with the infrastructure team, because I was worried about this matter. The one thing, there were quite a few delays in the beginning, because what we normally would do is we would say, when we spoke to the implementing agent, we were supposed to have been further downstream. So there have been delays on that project, Chair, and that's partly also part of it, of why the spending is not to the extended period. Because if you look at, we have about, what's it for, just less than 400 million there. And for infrastructure, that's not a lot. If I look at the planning that was set aside, we by now should have been at least a 50%, including if the consulting. So that's part and parcel of a package that we battled with the Chair.
Yeah, let's accept, CFO, that what Honorable Kakao is saying is true, that it's either you guys planned badly or started late. But you can't say you don't have any of those, and then it's because you're not going to improve next year. You're still going to have the same story, and infrastructure there is going to remain the same, because we are unable to accept where we're wrong. Let's accept, look, probably the strategy that we came up with now of putting the money in one pool for probably one or two colleges so that you can have big impact in a short period of time came late. You see, that's a valid reason. But we are not getting there. And that's what she's saying. She's saying to you, it's either this good strategy that you are saying you've come up with it late, or there's generally poor planning. Because 5%, there's no excuse. You've spent 5% there, and you are saying it's inclusive of what do you call these ones? Consultants. It's generally that project has not started. If you are including consultancy fees there, it has not started. Probably you have only paid them for drawings or whatever the case may be. But you have not, the thing has not started. Honorable Maseko, on the same story, no?
Yeah. On the same story, I just want to find out maybe how do I relate this? In human settlements, there is the matrix that has to be in place for the readiness of the project to be implemented. Now, I want to find out on this planning, what were the guiding principles or the metrics for the department to say, you know what, we are ready that we can implement these projects, we can allocate this budget for the building of those colleges. What was it that was a driver for that? You can say that I know that by this time I would have spent this amount of money.
Chair, I probably would be responding to partly of, and hopefully DDG would also assist me. The actual planning started earlier in the calendar year, so it was part and parcel of the previous year. So therefore, when we set the budget aside, the matrix was that we would have had the approvals, both internally and externally, sorted even commencement of the financial year. So that when we looked at how we were going to branch into the first and second quarter for this current financial year, our anticipation of the expenditure was going to be much higher. And therefore, because that did not happen, and I don't have the infinite detail in terms of what transpired to that effect, but it was quite clear that all of the planning that was supposed to be finalized within this financial year to commence with the project was late. That was delayed. I don't know, DDG, from your side, if there's anything that you would want to add to that, because I don't have the further detail in terms of the project specifically.
Can I speak through you, Chair? Thank you very much. I just want to say what was indicated earlier, I think, by the Chair. The strategy was at fault from the beginning. This strategy of spreading thin across the country was just not workable. In many aspects, in the aspect of implementation, in the aspect of spending, and also this is what has put us in this position of 5.2% expenditure, basically. The focus should have been on one or two colleges, where you start with all the consultative processes and you start with the construction. We would have seen not only expenditure, but you would have seen a structure coming up by now that we could be speaking of. Because of this spreading thin strategy, it has not worked out well. We don't even have a structure at the moment that we can point to. So it basically boils down to that, Chairperson, in terms of the current plan now, to say that focus on one or two colleges will then improve drastically, but it will not improve by the end of the financial year. The second issue that I want to raise was that when these sites were identified, none of them belonged to the colleges, none of them. And the processes of getting that land to be under the college, although the land was under the Department of Public Works.
Let's pause a bit. Was this financial year, this transfer of land, did it cause the delay of these things in this financial year?
Honorable Chair, I can't speak of the dates exactly, and I must
Yeah,
apologize.
then don't bring us, you see, where I am, it looks like you just want to give us excuses. You know, I was asking somebody from University of Limpopo that don't give us history lessons about what is the problem with CET. We don't want history lessons. We know that there are even TVET colleges that do not own the land where they are currently. But when that land is transferred to yourselves in the previous financial year, in this financial year, in this quarter where you have not spent, don't bring us problems that would have passed. So that's what I'm saying. If what you are now venturing into of telling us the history lessons about the land belonging to another department and was not resolved in this financial year, don't use it as a barrier that you did not spend this money, because we are talking about you having had planned to spend this money this financial year. And you are saying to us this money, halfway through, we have decided that we'll have a change in strategy so that we move away from the spreading thin to concentrating in few. All good and well. And you are saying it won't be solved now because of your own reasons that you have just given. No problem. But don't give us that other one. Yeah, let the
Thank you,
finish.
Chair. I then withdraw the last statement and then go back to the initial, which I said is the main reason. On the question of the matrix, unfortunately, I can't respond to that. We don't have the chief director or the program responsible for this infrastructure program, because the work on the infrastructure is done not in the city branch, but and unfortunately there's no one from program 2 who can give us the detail in terms of the approach, particularly in terms to the question that you've asked. But I can take this up with the responsible official, and we can provide that response, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm giving you now, Honorable Khakao. You see, DDG, you are the principal of city colleges, and currently you don't have information from infrastructure or now or planning. You don't have that information at the tip of your fingerprint. For me, it's a problem, because as the principal or as the CEO of CET colleges, this must be something that you worry about every day, and then you know it by yes, in terms of numbers here and there, you might not remember all of them, but you should know that, okay, here the snack or the problem is here. Here the issue is here. I've taken up this thing with the planning, with the DDG Gaza. The DDG Gaza with their people there, they've done 1, 2, 3, 4. So for me, it's just a worry that I'm picking up that it seems as if we're not in sync as the department, and we're not going to resolve these things because you guys are working in silos. And that is what, from where we are sitting at least, we're picking up. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for making that point. My follow-up here is the logic is not passing the muster here for me. If the problem is that you're spreading yourself thin, that should be the case because the implementing agent for all the projects across the country is one person. Is there one implementing agent for the whole? But by implementing agent, do you mean one business contractor, or do you mean what make it make sense? So you went on tender and you gave one person the responsibility of building across because that's not making sense to me. Because if that's not what happened, and there are multiple people or franchises, let's call them that, in each and every project, then the question of spreading thin doesn't work, because Team Mvalo is there, Team Fuchani is there, Team Khakau is there, and everybody must just do what they're supposed to do in line with the scope that would have been agreed on to roll out. So that, for me, that shouldn't even be a question to begin with altogether. Because, and number two, if you want to refocus now on just 2 programs to say, okay, the main person who's now responsible for making sure that across the country we win, but we're now going to focus on 2, it still defeats the logic, because the implementing agent of the two that you're now going to focus on will still be the same person. So where would they have miraculously found the capacity to catch up when they failed in the first 2 quarters? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, DDG.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Khakau. The implementing agent is one, is IDT. For the entire CET infrastructure program, IDT. It's Independent Development Trust. It's IDT. One contract is IDT for all 9 CET colleges. So it's not one for each college or one for each province. However, IDT then subcontracts. And when they subcontract, they subcontract in each province or each college. But we are only working with IDT as the department. And if I just do a follow-up on or rather continue on the question of Honorable Khakau. Now, IDT is doing all this work currently and trying to do it for all the colleges at the same time, working with it. Most of them would probably be in the initial stages across the country. Now, if they reduce that and work, for an example, because they are advanced in Gauteng, they are advanced in the Northern Cape, and they are advanced in the Western Cape, and drop all others, 6, and just focus on these 3. It will reduce their workload in terms of these 3. They'll still have the workload of the 3, and they will be able to progress with these 3 and go to the higher stages in terms of the implementation of the infrastructure program, and put the rest on hold. So that, for an example, the designs are done for Gauteng. So they can fast track the approval of the designs, the contracting of the contractor that is actually going to do the building, and then the work can commence faster in terms of Gauteng and Northern Cape in that regard.
Yeah, before I give you, so this infrastructure CFO, speaks to all CET, TVETs, or just CET?
This is particularly just for CET.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. No, I think maybe that's this one. I know it's not satisfactory, but let them give us this thing in writing. Let's interrogate this one implementing agency thing, because I also have a problem with this one implementing agents on the TVET sector, where they've, I don't know how far along they are with that contract, but for a long time they've contracted one thing there called PAYCO, which just does not do the job, but with the TVETs there. So let's have on Wednesday next week, the minister will be here, the DG will be here. So as part of what we would want them to come and answer, it's this one implementing agent thing, because unfortunately colleagues here will not even know the details of those contracts. It's not them who deal with them. We'll just be asking questions and will not get the answers we want. The people that must answer those is the DG and the minister. Help us understand, how is that working. I'll just give you the last part, but on this one, I think that's concluded that way, yes.
I appreciate this, DHET, and I think it can work. There's just one missing fundamental question which I think they'll be able to answer. IDT, are you forced by legislation to do work with them? Was there nobody else you could do? Is there a real reason why they're the only person that you could have done work with? Because that must be clear. Because if that's not the case, then you must justify why you chose them to do that instead of anybody else that could have probably done it Gaspit.
Yes, contracting.
Yes, Chair. If memory serves me right, it was for infrastructure. It's IDT and I think DBSA
Kucha as well.
and KUGA. I think those are the implementing agents that is used. But I think the infrastructure uses also the other two for TVET. I'm speaking on a correction on that one, DDG, but I think when we come back, we would have to explain that, because I just know the names of the implementing agents as being used. But in terms of them allocated to or awarded for the CETs, that we will then explain as well, Chair. But I know there's also DBSA, and I think KUGA was the other one, implementing agent.
Okay, it's fine. We'll get answers from the department. Acting DG, there was another question from. Huh?
About vacancies.
Yeah, please closer to the mic and then answer that one. Yeah, Mr. Mkiba will deal with targets.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The target, the APP target on vacancies is non-cumulative. And to be honest, I think the obsession has always been that quota, without drawing back to bring it, simply because it's non-cumulative. Now that you're mentioning it, Honorable Khachao, we will now start going back to see how it influences. But two things are critical for this target, is the filling of position and natural attrition, because we look at the number of vacancies vis-a-vis the establishment. So it is a moving target depending on what is happening. Even if, for example, you do not fill a position, but if you have too many terminations, the vacancy rate shifts. But what I will then go and do, Honorable Chair, is just to go back and bring it with me so that we are then able to explain the variances in the quotas. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have a problem with that answer, DDG. If you are saying the vacancy thing is not is non-accumulative, then I have a problem, because on your APP you say these are the number of vacancies you want to fill in this financial year. Then you get an approval on funded posts for that particular year. So funded posts then become 124 against your structure of 150. So you know on that year, if no one resigns, no one dies, you are supposed to get to 124. Because you were given that, you asked for that money to fill in that particular. Then you divide it per quarter. And you say, because of, HR does not have capacity to fill 124 vacancies in 3 months, the first 3 months of the year. I'm going to divide it in this fashion. So I'll say 30, 30, 30, 34. Gets to 134. So that's your quarterly achievement. All right? So the question is, in quarter one, you would have said, I want to fill in 30, I filled in 20. There's 10 that I'm behind, Kayo. Right? Maybe some of them were in the final stages. Right? They were just awaiting, or you had given people offers, you were waiting for them, but the quarter ended. So those 10, when you count the target of 30 this year, what do? You also count the 10 that has come from the previous quarter. You say you should have indicated, all right, this 10 came from this part. On this part, I had 30, but I've achieved 10, plus that other 10. So it becomes 20 now. But I've only achieved 10 from the 30 that I had planned. So the question was, from now on, maybe do that, but to say that thing, it does not happen, because you'll end up, that is why you got us taking back in two financial years, 580 million back to National Treasury for not filling these posts. Because, we don't have an agency on addressing even some of these things.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, there are way too many employed graduates in South African streets who can easily fill a vacancy. So, oh, way too many unemployed graduates, yes, unqualified people. But so thank you for that. But also, you're still the request is very simple. Just give us the stats of. You said you're going to fill how many vacancies? How many of them have you attempted to? How many have you interviewed? How many advertisements have you made? How far are you? What's left over? That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we will provide the information. I think the presentation of the information was influenced by how the TID is structured, but point taken. When we provide this, we will also supplement it with the details. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Chair, we engaged with the department around the 10th of July. And we talked about, and it was about the APP, we talked about the responses, and one of the issues was when you come with the slides, let it be clear, or when you send the presentation, let it be easy for us to have an understanding. And we engaged, and I think Chair on that day even gave an example of how at least you should come about, because especially for pertinent issues that we know that is problematic in the department, we need more information, and you can get a feeling of what is the key issues in the committee that we need to find information. Now, the report on that day, we got the same response when we were asking about the vacancies. The same one of saying, I'll bring it in writing. And today again, acting DG, you are going to bring it in writing. In writing, when we got it, that time, it says that there is more than, that time it was more than 4,000 vacancy posts in the department. And the response was that, and member Mbio asked what is the progress about that. The department response is that there are 760 advertised positions, 519 at various stages of the recruitment processes, while 246 pending shortlisting. All lecturer OSD posts at colleges are advertised in accordance with budget availability. All critical and key posts in terms of Public Service Act, inclusive of head office and regions, to be advertised in line with DPSA prescripts in terms of Circular 49 of 2023, read in conjunction with Circular 20 of 2024. The department is currently finalizing an advert for submission to DPSA. Now, that is the response that we got after we asked in the meeting of the progress of the vacancies. Again, I can ask the question after the response of getting the right information of what we are asking. So we don't have confidence, again, in the department to say you are going to respond in writing. We are going to get the stingy information and we don't understand what is the reason for that. Now, can we, with due respect, Chair, as we ask the questions, try department to give us the information. We are being tortured by your entities when they come, responding the way they are responding. Surely cannot be the department also doing that to us. This is trauma to us. So please, as we get the response, I gave you the framework of how you responded. Let it not be the same as that one of telling us the circular read in conjunction with what. We want the response of the progress of the vacancies because we are going to underspend again, and the reasons we don't understand why. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you see, Acting DG. So I think maybe make your presentation is, say, there are 1,000 vacancies. For this quarter, we are intending to fill 300. But in this quarter, because according to your numbers here, we have actually filled 94.4% of, again, we don't know of the quarter or the whole system, right? But what you are suggesting with 5.6 is that 94.4 has been filled. Your target was to reach 90, right? That's what you are saying. Your target was to reach 90% of vacancies filled. You have reached 94.4. Of what? That's the question. Of the total, the 4,000 that Mama Seko is talking about, or the disaggregated that you would have decided yourself. Out of the 4,000, I'm going to divide it in this fashion. So it's 90% of us. So that's what, because we want to know how far are we from not underspending by 580 million again. Do you understand where we come from with our frustration? I understand. Yeah, so no, let's just agree with that part, that when you bring it in writing, let it make sense. Write to us things that really make sense. You rather give us more information than less information. There was a question on targets from Honorable Khafam.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the question from Honorable Khafam. I think it's a valid question to ask, but it depends on the type of indicators that we have in the APP. So for instance, in the 3 indicators that she is referring to, one was on clean audit, which was a target in the first quarter. That is an absolute indicator. Once you have reported on it, if you've underachieved, like we have, because we only achieved unqualified audit, you can't go back and then provide progress on achieving a clean audit in the subsequent quarters. Suffice to say that that indicator you still report on in the subsequent financial year to show progress. There was also an indicator on payment of valid invoices from creditors. That, in the same token, if you were to report progress retrospectively, you would still do, but the 100% that you then report on in the subsequent quarter would be only valid for the period under review. So for instance, this time around we've reported that one invoice was delayed, and we're equally saying that it was actually paid 8 days after. So it's actually achieved, but we need to report that it was actually achieved, the 100% was subsequently achieved outside of the reporting period. Then when you report in the 3rd quarter, you won't go back to that indicator, you then report moving forward. So this is, hence I'm saying the nature of indicators that unfortunately are affected in this instance, you would only focus on as in when you report, but there will be those indicators that are actually cumulative, where and they feed into the subsequent targets, where we have to reflect on the previous performance, which we'll still do as when we report in the 3rd and the final quarter. But it's a point taken, Chair, which we will look into when we report subsequently. But in these particular ones, there was no malice in actually reporting on these for this current quarter, and there was no intention to forego the previous reporting in terms of progress.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for me, the issue here is the purpose of these meetings that we have is to track improvement in areas where there should be improvement. So, for example, the audit outcomes that Mkiba is referring to, there was an unqualified, yes, audit outcome, but with findings. And those findings have to do with, I can go on there's a whole list of them where there's a problem about, for example, your indicators that were identified that were not well defined. You had issues with supporting evidence for achievements. You had issues with not always supporting valid and accurate information. You had issues with your inconsistencies that were identified between reported achievements and the APPs. There was a problem again about your APRs that were submitted without complete accuracy. All of those things exist, right? So obviously you don't wait until the next audit outcome cycle for us to have a conversation about where are you in the system as far as trying to correct to ensure that by the time we are done, we've fixed all of those systems. We shouldn't have a conversation at the end of the year or in the beginning of the next audit outcome about where we are. And that's it. That is it. So I don't think, Chair, there's sufficient reason to say, but sure, we had the AG, there was a report, we know where we are, what the past score is, we move. Because then these engagements are a wasted opportunity for us to get to where we collectively want to get as far as our performance is concerned. The same principle applies with, what was it, the other thing that you spoke about was the payments. So if the payments in the previous time it was paid in 8 days, just one block size, say it. We know it was in 8 days, and then with supporting reasons about why it was in 8 days, so that when we deal with the fact that in this quarter that you're reporting on right now, you are on 99, but there's another one business that compromised your performance. We know, is it the same business? Is it a different business? Are there consistent threads there that we can troubleshoot and help? It's as simple as that.
Myself, we are fine on this one.
I will ask my questions.
Yeah, you can ask another one.
Okay.
Ask your question.
I must ask my question. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I think the first one for me is the internal audit. Do we have the internal audit in the Department of, who's the internal audit? Oh, morning, sir.
Morning, honorable member.
Because you are the key guy that have to identify the risks with some of the issues that we have addressed today, and maybe make the recommendations. So, $1 million question. Recommendations or to the department as you identify the risk. Is it taken into consideration or not? Let's start there first.
Well, thank you for the question, honorable member. Maybe to just bring the committee to speed is that when AG has run their audit, we put together action plan as the department. Get closer to the mic. Okay. We put action plan as the department, and the role of both internal audit and compliance unit is then to follow up on the implementation of the commitments that the department has committed in order to address the audits, the findings that have been raised. So when internal audit do run our own audits, we do then put together recommendations to address the risks that would have been identified in each of the findings. And of course, would then have to also run the follow-up in terms of ensuring precisely what the honorable member is trying to find out, whether the department do implement those. And there are those, I would be honest, there are those findings that would get implemented, and there are those that the department will also naturally struggle with. But we keep following up until such time that the finding has been fully resolved. And I think lastly, of course, we also do report to governance structures that the department already has, and those are, of course, our EXCO, reminding them on the outstanding findings, the risk management committee, the audit, ultimately the audit committee that plays an oversight role. Internal audit naturally report functionally to the audit committee, so it is also their role to then get sight of those and inefficiencies of the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'm asking this question because when you look at the underspending of the vacancies, it's been coming for years. And surely with the ecosystem, until the AG tells you what's wrong that you have identified before, and I'm not going to lean more into the King's 4 principles of your responsibility, you know it. Now, how are you being able to add value? Because I'm a little bit worried, Chair, that we talk about one and the same things, but there is no monitoring, there is no accountability in the department, and that is why we get to be traumatized by all the entities that comes to us. And the key person that can be our partners in trying to make sure that what is happening and help us to say, how can we go about? It has to be you that helps us with the recommendations that you have identified, and what is it that you said, whether being a legislative one or whether being the target setting, because of to a certain extent, we have identified today that you get some of the within the department, programs that are running in silos and not connecting. An example is the CET. For you to say you are going to build a college, you don't have responsibility for the bulk services. Your dependency is the municipality. That is why I was asking the metrics of what is the metrics that are there. If you are going to, we had the university that stays about 3 days without water, that the students have to go with the buckets to fetch water, chasing the Limpopo, chasing the trucks to can have water. Now, if you are there to listen and then acting DG also sitting and coming to us and say, I'll put it in writing. Seriously, it doesn't make sense to me that what is it that we have to start and say we are going to help in fixing? The department itself or the different universities or the colleges, you are adding to the other buildings on the CET that is going to add to the programs that we do have. So we really need also the internal audit to really pull up the socks in trying to help us, because, Chair, I'm going to ask that we engage with him also to say, because I tend to believe you are supposed to have those engagement at least once in 3 months. And then that's where you have to see the progress throughout. Now, at the end, when you don't see progress, what do you say to aid to the department? If maybe you can share with us specific on their vacancies, what do you say at the end? Because your response of saying AG only, I take it, given. But you, after those recommendations, at the end, when you see this is going to occur again in the report from the AG, what is it that you say that is not being heard? And I'm talking, the DG has been with the department for how long? Not you, the DG himself?
3 years.
Yeah, there's been the vacancies. And then acting DG, you have been with the department for how long?
May. Or February this year.
Okay. CFO, how long?
It's
With the-
80.
Okay. So what do they say? Key people that I mentioned, what do they say when you talk to them about it? Because it's these are the vacancies. Member asked 4,000. The response that we get is like, you know what, leave us alone response. You are the person that is inside, that independent, to can say when we are not here, we are not there as legislators to say what can happen, what needs to happen to a certain extent.
Yeah.
What do they say?
Yeah, let's do this. What is the organogram? Who do you report to?
Well, internal audit reports to the accounting officer, that is the DG.
Yeah.
No, it reports functionally to the audit committee
Yes.
and administratively to the DG.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how the organogram also dictates the span of control.
Reporting, yeah. So you don't report to the CFO.
No.
So the CFO can't, you can't answer the question that says, what does the CEO say when you report?
Thank you.
Right? So your functions are that there's an independent audit committee. Is it independent?
It is.
Yeah, it's supposed to be independent, no? The committee.
Yes,
Right?
it is.
Yeah. So you report to the independent audit committee. And then you also report to how do you report to the DG?
It is only on administrative matters, not functionally. So functionally, we report to the internal audit reports to the audit committee. That is chaired by an independent member.
Yeah.
So an audit committee is independent.
Yeah.
So all these findings, these issues that are raised, are functionally reported to the audit committee, and to the DG, it's for information. That DG has to implement certain commitments that the department has already committed to, and then they'll have obviously those engagements between the independent audit committee chairperson with the DG in holding the accounting officer accountable in terms of addressing the issues that have already been raised, and ultimately those engagement with the accounting authority as well.
Yeah, so you have written reports. I'm assuming this is how you report. You write reports to the audit committee and say, audit committee, we're not going to reach our target in quarter 2 with X, Y, and Z reasons that you'll brief, right? I'm assuming that you don't only come after the quarter is done. So you do pre and post assessment. So when you report in June, for an example, at the end of June, you say quarter 1, April, May, June, we did not achieve 5 of our targets in program 2. I'm making an example. And with the same structure, in quarter 2, we're not going to achieve our target unless we do X, Y, and Z. Then you report to the audit committee. Is that how you work?
Yeah. What happened is that we run performance information reviews, looking at the department's performance, say on a particular quarter, and then we raise issues. What we look at is the usefulness and admissibility of the evidence that the department would be presenting. Say, for instance, they would say we have spent so much money on businesses owned by women and whatever, and youth. Then the technical indicator descriptor would have indicated what constitutes a business owned, a black business, and a business owned by women. And that's the kind of review that we run, and ensure that that information is accurate and useful. And then we would point out issues, deficiencies on that, and also and then make recommendations on how to improve those. At times they become recurring findings when AG comes, and at times the department would have been able to address those findings. Now the audit committee comes in on quarterly basis to then have a look at what the department has done, considering what internal audit has already raised, and the accounting officer then being accountable to what the department is committed to do, and then the results will ultimately show at the end whether we would achieve the targets that we have set to achieve, which is now what we are reporting on, and we have spent as planned, which is what we are then reporting on. So that's as far as internal audit as a unit can go, and where the audit committee can pick it up and move it forward.
Your team is, how many people are there?
I think it's also proper to then also acknowledge the fact that the minister has committed to capacitate internal audit. At the moment we are 7, and we couldn't reach as far as we would want to reach, and the minister has already committed that we need to capacitate those, and we need to increase capacity and ensure that we cover the scope that we need to cover.
And then do you also audit NSF?
No.
Okay. They've got their own.
As their own internal audit.
Okay.
Yeah.
When is the capacitating starting there? Is it part of this financial year or?
Yes.
No, I'm asking the DDG.
Oh, okay.
The scale at which we need to implement capacity will be in the next financial year, because the structure must be reviewed.
Okay, so you have not went to your when we met with you not so long ago, there was an undertaking from the minister and the DG that we are going to a strategic session at the end of October. Has that not happened? Because that's where you had said you are going to discuss the organogram of different and how you are going to structure and restructure some of the things. Has that happened?
Honorable Chair, it was planned but postponed due to, I can't remember what the nature of the emergency was, but it was planned and scheduled.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe let me ask. Madam Gibo, you are reporting, I'll give you Honorable Khakha. You are reporting that you have planned to resolve 80% of disciplinary cases within 90 days. Is it for the here you are talking about TVET colleges, so I'm assuming it's for the entire spectrum, NSF, department, and you are claiming you have 67%. I would want you to quantify it. So you'll go and say, we had 200 cases. I want you to give it to us in writing. Because you arrived at 67% from somewhere. You had 67% coming from, let's say, 200 cases, and then you have resolved 134, and the 33% is the remainder of the numbers. So I want you to give it to me that way, because I honestly don't believe this is the true reflection. Like we said on Wednesday, when we ask you questions, because we are children of teachers, and teachers ask you questions and they know the answers, we also behave the same. So I would like you to give us details on this one, because I don't think it's a true reflection. This thing, including the reasons that you have put here, of witnesses not availing themselves and all of that. So I would want you. You must be as specific as you can on this thing, because let's not play jokes on these things, because I am confident that we are not implementing consequence management there in your TVET colleges. At NSF they are worse. They don't implement consequence management at NSF, and they are almost every week on the news for wrong things, and there's no consequence management there. It's one of the issues I forgot to mention earlier that we've written to the minister about false reporting we're getting from NSF, and lack of accountability from yourself. So this one, I don't even want you to tell me where do you get the 67%. I want you to go give it to me in writing, all of them. And when you do so, you must remember that you must put all the cases. You must say TVET colleges, College of Cape Town, principal suspended, going through a disciplinary hearing, reasons, how far it is, postponed on this day, this is the reason. Then you go to the second one. So we want full details. Don't just give us a spreadsheet that says we have 15 colleges, 12 principals, 3 DVCs. That's not what we're asking you to do. And I'm making an example. Go to College of Cape Town. Principal suspended. This is the issue. Charged on this day, went to DC on this day, postponed on that day because of X, Y, and Z. And I want to see these postponements because of key witnesses not being there, prolonged sicknesses, and all of that. I want to see those things also represented in the so we're asking for a thick document, a very thick document that will be specific. Then we'll go NSF, same story, because this is what you are telling us here. It's not there. It's not there, colleagues. Honorable Kaka.
Thank you, Chair.
Mama Seko.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out, there is, when the presentation was done about the issue of the invoice, and the reason, one of the reasons was the procurement manager was not available to submit those. Please make me understand. It was weird to hear that if a procurement manager is not there, there's no one who can submit the invoice to the department. It's dysfunctional. That means that nothing is happening until it comes back. If it can be when he comes back after whatever period he is in the traffic of Cape Town and then there's an accident, there's no way that you'll receive the invoice. Make me understand the reason behind that. What happened exactly for that not being available, because the DG is not here, the acting DG has been appointed. How do you operate? How do they operate there? And I think it goes back to holding those colleges and accountable as a department. So make me understand now what's going to happen.
Let me apologize for the phrasing of that in the manner in which it was. Seated here, I see we could have done better. Let me hand over to CFO to provide the details.
Thanks, Chair. In fact, it was not a procurement. I'm not sure if this was placed. It would be correct. There was one invoice. The company is called Ibisto or something like that. The Chair, it was the amount of 1.596 million, of which the authorizer signs of the project owner did not sign off. Apparently there was some dispute of the payment thereof, and that caused the delay. That's what I recall, Chair. It was resolved and paid, yes. I can provide probably the date of how many days it was paid.
8 days late.
Yeah, so it's like there's a miscommunication also in that, because few minutes ago the reason was that it's not available, but this has been resolved. You can say, instead of hearing that, no, this, by the time we submitted, the presentation was not resolved, but today it's been resolved. You get what I mean? Like communicating the true story of what's happening, because there's changes on a daily basis of some of other things.
No, you know what they said? They said the target was achieved, but 8 days later. So they could not report it because it was now 8 days later, meant it's in the third quarter. So they can't report it as a achieved target. They must still report it as target not achieved in that particular quarter. So I think they are saying the same thing, that it was ultimately resolved, but 8 days later. Yeah. Let's go to this one of the one that I asked about. Let's go to universities. CFO, you are saying you are going to be strict when it comes to transfer of funds to universities. In fact, maybe go to that slide that them give. Yeah, which one is this? The one that shows the. So this is what we have sent already. Now go to the one that speaks about the transfer to, yeah, maybe this one. So out of the whole, maybe let me make this this point first. So out of the monies that we have here, now where is NSF? It's not there. Eh? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is more like it. So the universities in this country, in this financial year, that's only the second quarter. So, or cumulative, this one. So we've at the end of the second quarter, we've transferred 47.6 billion to universities. 35.6 billion. And at the end of the financial year, we're going to give them 47.6 billion. So that's the target. Yeah. So let me make this point first. That universities in this country, as you saw on Wednesday, are getting 47.6 billion, at least from public funds. And when we ask them to account, they don't want to account. And by the way, these monies are voted funds from Budget 17 that are voted for by us in this committee. When you call them to account, when you ask universities to account, they'll tell you all kinds of stories. Some of them even have meetings to say we're not going to answer them in Parliament. And all of that department. So we have universities that believe that they are entitled to this 47.6 billion, but they don't have to account for this money. Over and above this thing, this money, they are serious beneficiaries of that 47 billion that were given to NSF. Many of them actually survived because of that one. Many of them, I don't know if there's a university that has less than 60% of students, Honorable Khakao, coming from NSF or being funded by NSF. I don't know. If it's there, I don't know, I don't know where it is. But many of these universities are surviving because of these public funds. And unfortunately, we are going to, department, we are telling you, we are going to make them account. Whether they like it or not, we are going to make them account. But CFO, I wanted to come to this thing. You are saying on the transfers, we are going to be very strict on transferring money to these universities, and you've made an example that about UNISA that you are not going to transfer. I don't know if they don't do 1, 2, and 3. You have not said anything about Fort Hare, which you don't have their financial statement. You don't have their annual report. You are quiet. And this is not the first time I'm saying this. The DDG said it a few weeks ago, and I said, if you want to do it on one and don't do it on others, it will seem like you are targeting other institutions, especially if some of you have history on working in these institutions. So if you want to be seen to be partial, do it everywhere. VUT, what has happened? They've not submitted. If they submitted, I don't know, you'll tell us. But AG's report had said Valley University of Technology had not submitted or they have not been audited. TUT, they had a disclaimer on their audited financial statement. So if you are talking about only one university and not others, you are seen to be extremely partial. They will have a right to accuse you tomorrow that you are now using the position you have at the department to settle all political scores. So don't do it. Across, and I'm making an example of 3 or 4. So let's be seen to be partial. Let's not talk about being partial alone. Let's also be seen to be partial. So it must apply across all boards. The TVET colleges, same story. People are doing. We had Northern Cape Urban College here. Yo, problems. Galore. Worst thing, it was on a Friday when we had them. Members could not enjoy their weekend because it's horror movie. I don't know how many letters we have received about Cape College. What is that? College of Cape Town. Horror movie. So when you say you are not going to do transfers here, let it be across. When you say you are not going to give, look also at NSF. They've achieved 19, even though at least this time they are able to show that they know how to do basics on the annual financial statement, but they have not improved because it's horror movie. They don't have project management there, and well, I'm not going to say my views there. We'll have them on the 6th, but it's just a horror movie. So, but when when you can't say I'm going to close on this one and not others, because you are now seen, or you are now open yourself to be accused for wrongdoings. Yeah, so it must be across all board. Yeah, Maseko.
Thank you. Chair, I just want to find out the on the higher health. I've never heard the report. How and where do they spend their money, and maybe how do they account to the department? Because I see there's a transfer to higher health.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take us into confidence. I've never heard. Bear with me to have an understanding about that.
They will answer now. The way they did come when we're having that men's the joint meeting with basic. Just indicate the accounting part of it.
How do they account to? Because I understood that the operations, but I'm trying to get how do they account? They send
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Like many of these entities, Jay, they are all juristic persons. Therefore, the accounting in terms of they have their own accounting in terms of their books, so they would have their own annual reports and financials. The portion that they account to us is the portion that you have transferred, Jay. So you would find that that's not the total budget, obviously not for higher health, because they also have other stream of income for their higher health. I think when they came to report, they also, one question that arose was, who audits them? For example, they've got a private auditors. I think it was PricewaterhouseCoopers. I speak under correction, but it's also a privately appointed audit that they run. The business is very similar to the other entities that are there. The colleges also do the same. For example, DHET and CETs, because they have their own accounts and their own books and their own annual reports, their own accounting officer and CFOs, etc. As far as that pertains, Jay. But if it's just required that we should give breakdown of any of this, we could gladly provide that, Chair, for those particular entities. Universities also the same. That's a accumulated amount, but how many universities, which universities get what, one can also provide those type of information.
Thank you, Chair. I think what is important to me, I'm trying to find how do you hold them accountable in giving them that money, and yes, they transfer there, but you know, the ecosystem of that from the money as you transfer and throughout, like when now you come for the second quarter to say, how do how do you give us the information of what did they do with that money and everything that they sent to you? How do you hold them accountable in that and
Sivo,
for you to account to
Sivo,
us?
which branch do they fall under? Higher health, planning. Okay, and then financially, so they report their programs to planning. So administratively or performance-wise, their performance is recorded under planning.
Correct, Chair.
And then financially, how do you make them to account?
They submit, like the other entities, they submit reports that they submit in terms of the financials, just on the portion that we transfer to them, and that report normally it goes to the executive. The same if you find with the other entities as well. We do the same. If one looks at, for example, CETAS is a combined responsibility between skills and the office of the CFO. They submit monthly reports to the office of the CFO to then feed the minister monthly as to in terms of the expenditure. Thanks, Chair.
I will ask a written question for me to get it. It's too complicated to understand what they are putting, because the way the responsibility of the higher health is quite an interesting one to see. Now the ecosystem to get to the department to hold them accountable. How are you going to do that, especially when you have the money that gets from there to also be transferred again? So it's like it's another station for the money to be transferred to the universities and the colleges again. And if you've got your Northern Cape now, how are you going to account to it? It's a little bit complicated. You can get it. Yeah.
TVET, on programs, I don't see, on projects, I don't see, I don't know which slide this is, Mr. Mkiba, or is it finance, that speaks to TVET infrastructure expenditure. Is it there? No, this one.
The CET, I think, is the only one for infrastructure that falls under the vote, Chair.
Okay.
So part and parcel of the budget is for infrastructure is within the department. The others are with it. I know there was a portion for the building of the TVET colleges that was funded by the NSF, predominantly for the TVET colleges. So it was a shared responsibility then between TVET and then NSF for TVET infrastructure. Thanks.
You're just confusing us. What are you saying? Are you saying the budget there that speaks to expenditure per program on TVET colleges, it has no infrastructure in it?
That's correct. It doesn't have infrastructure.
So where does the infrastructure of the TVET colleges, where is it covered?
It is covered by NSF.
So it's in the expenditure of NSF.
It's NSF, yes.
You see, yeah, this NSF that can't account properly or can't show evidence that they've done X, Y, and Z. You take the whole such a big thing and you take it to NSF. It's okay. I think maybe let's leave that. We'll have that meeting with them on the 6th, like I've said. It looks like we must just apply for more time because we're just going to have more problems there. Yeah, on this one of NSF, we're just going to have clearly we're going to have more problems because audit reports are showing that we have problems of accounting or working. AG says the usefulness of the information that we provide is untrustworthy. It's not believable. Even yourself, the person who's submitting, would know, we've built this thing. When after 2 minutes they ask you, what did you build? Oh, no, I can't see my handwriting. You take such a big thing of infrastructure of TVET and you give it to, no, you see we're going to have a serious problem department. They are planning and whoever did this thing, we're just going to have serious problems. We can't do that. We can't do that. Honorable Maseko.
Chair, I just wanted to find out from NSF, are you still on the manual or you have upgraded your IT, or you're still struggling in getting that to order?
Thanks, Honourable Member, for the question. In terms of the manual, yes, we're still on manual, a short response. But the ERP provider has been appointed to reconfigure and develop the system in November. That appointment has taken place. Thanks.
Can I please find out how long does it take to really attend to things that NSF feel they are urgent? What is the time frame for urgent? When you say this is an urgent, you give how many days, months, or years? What equates urgency in you as the NSF?
Chair, it's dependent on what are the issues at hand and the context. So, for example, with the manual management of information and financial reporting, it is urgent, and that's why over the past 6 months we've been able to work with CETA, the State Information Technology Agency, to bring on board a provider to assist urgently on this matter. If we had gone out to the open market, it would have taken a lot longer in terms of bringing in an IT provider to digitize. So this matter on the automation of our information is very critical, and we have given the provider 6 months in terms of the commitment schedule, and that is part of the contract with the ERP provider.
Just clarify, so you have appointed an ERP provider, and then what format did you use to appoint them?
We went through the CETA transversal contract, so we worked with CETA in terms of the current contract environment to appoint a provider.
Okay, so this contractor, in simple terms has a contracted CETA, SITA, doing something, and I'm assuming it's something similar.
Chair, so historically NSF in 2015 procured the Microsoft Dynamics system, and they had then developed it based on the business processes in 2015. And then subsequently what we've done now with the ERP provider that's now been appointed is that they are going to be focusing on reconfiguring that ERP, the Microsoft Dynamics, into an end-to-end IT system. Because if I can just put it simply, you would have a commitment schedule on the Microsoft Dynamics, but it's not linked to the project management system. So the ERP that we're reconfiguring, which is end-to-end, is not only looking at finances, it's looking at project management, how it's linking to the finance and reporting, as well as the commitment schedule, but also from the point of initiation. So maybe just to simplify, the reason we're not saying Microsoft Dynamics anymore is that we're not procuring specific applications for small tasks. We are saying an ERP which is end-to-end for the NSF. So by the time we give a commitment schedule, it represents from the time they have been initiated. Contracting is also online. That will not be done manually.
So, in simple terms, you are saying you'll not be paying Microsoft licensing anymore.
It is a Microsoft license. What the ERP provider will be taking those applications where we already have the Microsoft license and upgrading them to fit our business processes. So in July of this year, we have revised the business processes because those of 2015 are outdated. So there are parts of the system that needed to be updated.
Now, let's leave
Yeah.
the history lessons. So, what you are saying to us is that you'll be paying the licensing of Microsoft on one side, then you'll be paying this ERP provider on another side. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Chair, but the ERP provider, maybe to be more clear, is that they will be developing and customizing the Microsoft solution to fit the NSF business process. So then it's not just taking Word, if I can use let me use project management. So they're not just going to take project management from Microsoft and plug it into NSF. They're going to customize it so that when we say we need performance information for learners, that it also will link to Home Affairs, for example. Because normal Microsoft project does not automatically link to Home Affairs. So there's an element of customization that this ERP provider will need to undertake.
Okay, so you modernized your systems when in July? Or what did you call it? Customized your
Our business
model.
processes,
Yeah.
we had to, in actual fact, Chair, we had to rewrite them because what was in 2015
Yeah.
to date is a very different environment.
Yeah.
So we redeveloped them from scratch, and those are the business processes that have now been approved. So those
When did you
business
finish them?
processes form the skeleton and structure of what the automation system will look like. Who has to approve at what point? What screen do they need to go on? So it gives the architecture for what the system would need to have.
When did you finish that?
The organization concluded it at the end of July,
Okay.
and
So
it
let's
was
do this. You
approved
see,
in October.
I'm
of
trying
this
to
year.
make business sense of what you're saying to me. You know what you want. So why did you not develop technical specifications and ask the market to do exactly to develop what you want without paying two different people? From a business point of view, how does that make sense? Because you are saying you have developed this thing, you have done the core of the business. You know what you want. You know you want user A to move from stage 1 to stage 3, and they can't move to stage 4. So if I'm using your system as an administrator on this side, I can only move from point A to point. So you've got module. You should have an understanding of what kind of modules must be developed to get user A from moving from stage 1 to stage 3, and user 5, which will be either the project manager or the CFO will be authorizing payment to only move from stage 11 to 13, for an example. So you know this thing, you've developed it, right? Why do you then, and I know the first excuse will be because we wanted to do this thing quicker. I know, let's not be tempted to get there. Don't tell us about it. We wanted to do it quicker because of time. I don't think this thing for me makes business sense that you are saying, I don't even want to ask how much is this thing costing. From this side, I mean, you know, maybe you must even take us through the costing process of it. How are they costing us? How are we even agreeing to the cost proposals that they are giving us when we've not compared it in the market? Acting DG, maybe must enter and then the CEO must come.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are required in terms of the SETA Act and its regulation to procure through SETA. So we don't directly, we have mandatory services where SETA will have service providers that we can use on rotational basis. But even for non-mandatory services, all ICT procurement, we go through SETA. So whatever needs you have, you still need SETA to facilitate for you.
Yeah, for me, that's not, you're not answering any of our questions.
Honorable Chair.
No, you are not answering us. We're not saying you must not go through what the regulation says. But you're not, that's not even the main thing here is that you've taken somebody off the shelf without, so how do you compare if this person is charging you the right price for what you need? Because you have not tested it. No, you can. You ask SETA to advertise. SETA, are you saying SETA can advertise and there's competitive bidding on such a thing? Yeah, so don't say you can't check the competitive thing of this thing. CEO, I'll give you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So just to indicate that the business processes are not the technical specification. The business processes are mainly who does what in the organization.
Yeah, we understand
now the provider has to convert that.
Yeah,
to
don't take us back. We understand those things, CEO.
Okay.
So please.
Okay, I just wanted to indicate that.
But if you have a business process, you can draw, you can write the technical specifications and advertise using them. We know you don't advertise through a business process. Please, just answer why did you not go to the market? Don't tell us things that we know. What is a technical spec and what is a business process? We know those things.
Okay, what I can request is that when we meet with the committee on the 6th, we can come and present this in a bit more detail. And also to indicate that even though we went through SETA, there was a competitive bidding process. They were provided with the value chain of the NSF and the business processes in terms of our requirement. And there were a number of providers that bidded. I can't give the exact number, but I think it was close to 8 providers that attended the briefing and that then submitted their proposals for evaluation. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. You'll as part of that meeting on the 6th, you'll also send that part. Mama Sego.
And thank you. I think maybe the last one for me, it will be the issue of before that, I mean, I know the CETA, it has been a problem because of the procurement. Every department, whether in the province and everywhere, that is quite interesting of why no department or departments haven't sort of formed a coalition in saying they need to work that policy out because it's shortchanging some of the process that has to happen within the departments, because I know that one in the legislature, in the premiers, they had to do service delivery about the computers, and then the CETA was still busy. AG then penalized them for that, but again, they were complaining about the CETA, which is something that is unfortunately has been coming on for years. And for NSF, since 2015, knowing the history of CETA, could have done better, even though But what I want to find out from you, with the transversal that has been used from the CETA for you, now for the cyber security, who takes responsibility to pay for data protection that you, as you operate now with that? You take responsibility of that, or who's taking responsibility for that?
Chair, can I come in? So in terms of cybersecurity, maybe let me just take one step back. In terms of the MTT recommendations, one of them was that the NSF needs to establish a independent ICT function so that we are able to then become fully operational. So that, as you know, we were previously and to some extent still on the DHET ICT environment. So in January, the DG as the accounting authority approved the implementation of a independent NSF IT unit as well as its functioning. So based on that, there's an implementation plan of what would need to be established to secure the ICT environment as well as build it. So that's linked to the ICT strategy. Included in that plan is the cybersecurity. So in this financial year, we have appointed a provider for cybersecurity. We have worked with CETA, but not through a transversal contract. We've gone through the CETA approved database of providers, and that provider then went through a competitive bidding process. And part of why we needed cybersecurity beside the ERP was also because of the website going up, in terms of making sure that if there are any attacks. But at this stage, the NSF website, as well as this ERP, cybersecurity will be done by a different service provider and not through ERP provider.
So on this one, you're not forced to have that transversal arrangement.
Chair, I did indicate that we work through CETA in terms of their database of service providers that are approved by CETA, and then the procurement is through that process. So it's on the same basis of the ERP provider. So they're not approved transversal contracts for cybersecurity, but a database of providers.
Go to my question then. Go answer my question.
Which part of the question, Chair?
You see, you're answering something I've not asked. I'm asking. So on the cybersecurity aspect, you are not required to do a transversal account. Because when I asked earlier on, you said you are working. You are sort of forced to go through that part. Because when I was asking earlier on, I was asking why the transversal a contract on the other side. Why not the same as this one, where you go through their database and then do a competitive bidding? Why on these two you are doing two different things? On this one you are going transversal, this one you are going database.
Chair, if I can be allowed to go and verify the information, because I don't want to respond if I'm not sure, because I just need to confirm if it's on the transversal for both of them or from the CETA database. And that we can also provide on the 6th of December at the next hearing.
Okay.
Maybe the last one, you are saying that the process of the cybersecurity is still on or already has been concluded. You do have that activated.
It is activated, the service provider has been appointed and contracted, and they have already done some initial work in terms of the policy environment. So we can provide, if required, additional information on the status.
Can I close? Yeah, no, let's, yeah, we're not going to interact with the legislative part of it because I think we keep on missing each other with the department on the requirements that we want. But then, the Skills Development Act, which falls under you, we're not saying go and tell us what is the act. Like you've written, you just wrote Skills Development Act 98, Act number 97 of 1998. You're not assisting us. Skills Development Levies Act. We're not saying write these things, and we're not assisting us. What we are asking you to do, and I'll make examples about you. Hopefully, others, you'll patch yourself. We are saying go and say on the Skills Development Act as it is, right? Here's a problem. Or you then put a problem statement. Then you say it will assist if we do it this way. And then you bring it to us to deliberate on it. Skills Development Levies Act. Now you have a problem with some of your levy payers and all of that. This is what it says. I know, is it Busa who have a problem with you? You are in court with Busa because of this act. This is what it says. This is a problem statement. This is what it currently means. This is how we think you guys must consider. So all of them, Higher Education Act, for an example, ministers only come in when a university is totally finished to act. So all of them, acting DG, this is what we are saying, we are asking you to go and, so you go and prepare a thickish document on all the, these acts, NSFAs and all of that, so that you are able to say to members of the committee members, this is where we are. And we're asking you to please consider, just or WhatsApp, because you know sometimes when somebody is thinking, you are disturbing somebody's thinking thoughts. Yeah, you know. And we're not saying you must not chat, you know. So this is what you bring it down to, so that we're able to interact. Because the way the way you have written it here, it's not assisting. It's just a malicious compliance, you know. And we're going to ask you, Acting DG, please convey a message to the department. We want our answers. We're not asking you. You see, it's on a Friday today. None of these members here are from Cape Town. Maybe, yeah, we could be home. But we are here working. We're not bored. I would have went to see my doctor because I had a very bad allergic reaction that somebody says I look like I had stroke, you know. But we're not bored. We could be doing something. So when we ask you questions, please respond to us. Acting DG, Ralekuba, Assembly, please respond to us. Let it not be as if we're bored. Next week, Wednesday, we have one of the most important meetings in our calendar here. state of readiness for the academic year 2025, where we have all stakeholders, USAF, SAGPO, the department yourself, the ministry, SAUS, the students, SASWETA, the students of TVET, all of them, to come there and tell us what is it that they've done to prepare for the smooth entering of 2025 academic year. So they will take decisions in that meeting. And you must go and implement as the department. We don't want a situation where we agree, Honorable Khakao, that universities, you don't raise fees by this much. And in February, universities does the same, because they're going to bring in stability. And it's up to you to make sure that they do what we're asking them to do. We don't want to sit with NSFAS there and say, NSFAS, in January, make sure that you have approved at least 60–70% of the people on your system and pay universities so that these students can register. And NSFAS does not do it. We are going to have a problem with that. And it's up to you to make sure that all of those players who are coming there next week do what they must. And so we're really pleading with you. We have written to yourselves. Please answer our questions. We've written about that principal, I'm repeating so that if you've forgotten, not principal, the regional manager in KwaZulu-Natal, give us details. How did you hire that particular person? Because we're receiving complaints that you've just handpicked the person without a process, like the allegations at University of Fort Hare. Without a process, you just hire people. So we are asking, give us the process that was followed. When you get to the office, inform them, or let them give us those answers, latest by next week Friday, because we don't really want to have a fight with the department. We have written to them about the appointment of council members of TVET and the conduct of that Noluvuyo Gela. And we've written and told them, go and tell her to give us 1, 2, 3, 4. Because, and I've said it, that thing has fraud connotations in it. In our space, we have same letter written by the minister, signed by the minister, but two, there's where there's different people. So people might have forged the signature of the minister, and we're saying the department must give us that particular information they have. If they did not participate, that is a serious offense. So we're asking them to send us those things. They are refusing. They are just jumping. They're going, how petty popcorn. So we're asking for answers. NSF, we're going to have a meeting with them on the 6th to consider. They must come present their answers. Or we are not going to make it difficult for them. I think they've written to us. We're saying to them, come explain these things. You'll see they are also going to have a problem explaining what they've written to us. And we're not going to ask them any questions. We're just asking them, come present this thing. Make it make sense to us as you think it makes sense to yourself. But we'll just tell them, add progress on consequence management. We'll just ask them progress on that thing. So, members, colleagues, I want to thank you, Acting DG, leadership of the department, NSA, NSF. Most of the time we don't acknowledge NSA there. in our meetings that we apologize. You guys play a very significant role. Well, we are supposed to play a significant role in that skills development. Yeah, you know, because all of these things that are happening at these cities, I personally believe that NSA should be able to play as an internal audit arrangement to avoid some of those things. And I think maybe we must, on the Skills Development Act, make NSA, you know, a little bit dog with teeth, you know. They must bite a little bit. If a SETA does not do X, Y, and Z, and all of that, they should be able to be given some powers there. Because even at these SETAs, you know, people are just doing as they please. They don't care. They've had audit for 10 years. They don't care. You know, they just, the previous term, services SETA overcommitted by over 4 billion. Nothing happens to those board members. Some of them, you reward them with chairperson's positions in other SETAs. You know, we're having a meeting next week with, it's supposed to be next week, no, that other week, with Mary SETA. You'll see problems, general. And then you try and look at where do these people come from. Those in management, those in the board, you start seeing Mupeme. You know, one day Mupeme, one day mates. You know, so some of our problems here in the sector, you can trace where it comes from. And if we are not going to do it, unfortunately, we are going to have a problem. Members, thank you very much for coming. And at least today we are finishing on time. NSF, NSA, DDGs, CFO, Internal Auditor, NHISS, HRD Cancer, DDG, and everybody in our meeting. Thank you all. Office of the Deputy Minister, Butimana Mela, you are not in KwaZulu-Natal today. The meeting is adjourned. Thanks.